Test, 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 test. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay. Yeah, because it looks good on stream. It's just
Test 1, 2. Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here in just a few minutes. Thank you. Good morning again. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone back to our general session business meeting this morning. I trust and I hope and pray that everyone had a wonderful time at dinner last night, at the reception last night. If so, please give yourselves a round of applause so that we can enjoy the fellowship that we have here in Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated. Before we get started before we go back into session, I want to ensure that everyone who is joining us virtually can join the meeting. We had some technology difficulties yesterday, and we came up with an alternative solution. So if you are able to reach folks that are trying to get in, please, it's my understanding that they need to use the original meeting link, log on to that, and inside of that link is another link to a YouTube channel. And that YouTube channel will allow them to have audio and video, which apparently did not go through the system of Google yesterday. So that is our solution for today. I'm looking for the team. Is there any, did I say it correctly? Is that the correct method of connecting to the meeting this morning? Okay, very good. Yes, sir. No, you should use the Google link to get inside of the Google link, and inside of the Google link is another link to the YouTube channel. If you can find the YouTube link, you should use that one, but not everybody got the YouTube link. Yeah, so I guess there's multiple pathways to get to the YouTube link. All right, and I have to check with my technology guy to make sure I'm telling it to you correctly. So he's giving me a thumbs up, so I think we're good to go. All right, very good. Before we get started, I want to make sure that everyone has the current information for today's schedule, both inside the business meeting and after the business meeting. The information that's going to happen this afternoon after our business meeting is we're going to have the youth luncheon here in the ballroom, and then in the afternoon, there are going to be several activities, the youth aviation panel, and also regional caucus meetings this afternoon. Does that jive with everyone's schedule right now? Yes. Okay, very good. If that is the case, then you have the correct schedule before you. We will be making adjustments to today's schedule because of the length of time that it took to finish my president's report. So before we call to order, I'm going to read to you the adjustments. So if you can get out your pens and the day 2 schedule, I will dictate the changes. And then we'll go into session and follow that order for approval of today's agenda. So you should have in front of you day 2, Friday, August 22nd, our annual meeting agenda continued. If you have that in front of you, make sure it has the national logo in the upper left-hand corner and the 50th anniversary logo in the upper right-hand corner. If you have that, give me a thumbs up. We're good. All right, we're going to call to order at 9:35, hopefully. Roll call will follow, verification of quorum, moment of silence. We will go just a untimed sequence there, all the way through the approval of meeting agenda, remaining agenda, not minutes. Then in between the approval of meeting agenda and the treasurer's report, insert at 10 a.m. President's report conclusion. And at 10:30 a.m., I want you to line through treasurer's report, line through finance secretary's report, and in between that, write 10:30 a.m. finance committee report. The finance committee report will include the treasurer's report and the financial secretary report. And then at 11 o'clock a.m., we will continue with all of the committee reports. There will be, there are some committees that planned on giving reports that will not be able to give reports. Unfortunately, we have a committee chair with COVID, another committee chair with the family emergency, and several other incidents. So I invite you to keep them in your prayers. We will receive their written reports. We may not be able to conduct all of their reports orally, but they will be available on our Google system, and on demand we can email them to you if you need them, okay? And then we will do our best to run through as many of them as possible for your approval for the annual reports. We are still planning to recess at noon so that we can accommodate the event staff as they transform the ballroom for the youth luncheon. So did everyone copy all of those changes to today's agenda? If so, can you give me a thumbs up? Okay, with that in mind, we will now call the meeting to order. We are now in session for day 2 of our annual business meeting. Point of order. Okay. Okay, so if the members that are online, if you can hear me, make sure you identify yourself by name and your region behind your name so that we can use that information to establish a quorum for your region. We'll continue with the agenda, and we will pause when we get to the approval of agenda, because we do need to have a quorum to go beyond that point. Is that okay with you, Madam Secretary? Where are you? Okay, very good. All right. As far as roll call, we'll go ahead and, without objection, we'll see what we have the board members available today. Madam Secretary, are you ready to do the roll call? Okay, stand by. Jock, can you grab one of those microphones and bring them to Madam Secretary? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I don't think we'll have a problem with the Eastern region. Oh, Jock, I'm sorry. Miranda, where are you? That's where it goes, Jock. Yeah, the light's in my eyes, so I couldn't see where Madam Secretary was. Okay.
Can you hear me? Ah, there we go.
We have you.
All right. All right, the roll call for General Session 2, President Leon Butler.
Present.
Thank you. Vice President, First Vice Angela Holmes. She was just here. Okay. I know. She'll be back in a second. All right. Treasurer Lowell Stewart. Thank you, sir. Recording Secretary Miranda Baugh. She's around here somewhere. Financial Secretary Guillaume Mbappe.
Point of information, First Vice has arrived.
Oh, excellent. All right. She is marked present. Parliamentarian Joyce Bassett. Immediate past President Jerry Burton. There he is. All right. Western Region, President Mary Ann Drummond. There she is. All right. Western Region Representative 1, Ron Hilliard. Thank you, sir. Western Region Representative 3, Lee Roberts. Rep 4, Rosanna Beaumont. To the Central Region, President Ruben Sparks. Yeah. Oh, yes, online present. Thank you. Central Region Representative 1, Ernestine Laverne. Yeah, you are. She is present, standing behind me. Central Region Representative 2, Undine Stinnett. Yes, also behind me. Representative 3, James Warren Jr. Do you know if he's online? Okay. If he is online, if we can get someone to confirm. Representative 4, Miguel Thornton. He's online. Okay. To the Eastern Region, President TJ Spann. Zone 1, Representative Patty Bush. Okay. Zone 2, Representative Tina Exo. I don't think she may not be coming this morning. Okay. Zone 3, Representative Diane Moore. Zone 4, Representative Sylvester Terry. Oh, okay. Yeah, they sure are. Okay, so we have 10 board members present. And, okay, we have a quorum for Central Region. What was the number for Central? 15 for Central, okay.
Okay,
Yes. I got you.
we got you.
All right. Eastern Region, how many have we got?
If you're here in the Eastern Region, please raise your hand.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We've got 11, 12, 13.
Have a person over here.
Okay. Yeah, I've got 13.
Okay, and
And
any Eastern
Sylvester and
Region
Tina, if
members
they're here.
online.
Sylvester and Tina are here. That would be a quorum for Eastern.
Okay,
They do have to be in the room. All right. Western Region. Can I get hands for Western? All right. Look at y'all. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. She's outside. Okay. All right. Oh, 15. Okay. Western Region over here. Okay. So Western Region has a quorum. All right. Eastern has a quorum. Now, there we go. Sylvester and Tina are here. We have a quorum for all regions, Mr. President.
outstanding. Thank you very much. We have a quorum. Let us move the agenda. Is Deacon Harbison here this morning? Sir, can I have you come forward and honor us again with our opening moment of silence and prayer? Thank you.
Let us pray. Before we pray, we'll take a moment of silence for our lonely eagles. Thank you. Let us pray now. Dear Lord, once again, we want to thank you. We want to ask, Father God, that you would continue to watch over and keep us as we go through these proceedings. Father, we ask that you would forgive us our sins and you would have us to be forgiving. Bless the leaders. Let us do things, Father God, that will be pleasing and acceptable again in your sight. Let us be the examples. We thank you, we praise you, and we give you the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Deacon. Okay, let us move the agenda. For those that were here yesterday, we went into recess before I could finish my presidential report. So this morning, we will now get a chance to finish that. Time now is 9:45, and my allotted time will now go until 10:30. So we're actually ahead of schedule now. How about that? All right. Can I impose upon my friend Sylvester Terry to give me a 15-minute warning before 10:30? So at 10:15, let me know, because I do not want to impose upon the time we have scheduled for our finance team. So with that, I will find the second mobile mic, because I'm not going to give the presentation from behind the podium, and we'll get started. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leonard Johnson, and I am the CEO of the Tuskegee Airmen Flight Academy, and I am the CEO of the Tuskegee Airmen Flight Academy of New Orleans. We are introducing aviation to students from underrepresented communities in the spirit of the underrepresented Tuskegee Airmen, in the first black aviators in the United States military. The first black aviators in the United States military. It's a living tribute. This isn't just a flight academy. It's a living tribute to the courage, excellence, and determination of the original Tuskegee Airmen. We are preparing the next generation to lead in aviation and beyond. To date, black pilots are a rarity in America. Out of 211,000 commercial pilots, only 3.6% identified as black in 2023, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. In the military, only 2% of all pilots are black, according to the Department of Defense. This is why this flight academy is so important. Today, we celebrate the Academy's open house.
My name is Nicole Cowles, and I'm the student coordinator for the Flight Academy. My role is to make sure everything that the students need is provided to the flight company so they can legally and safely fly. We take great care in ushering these young people through the doors and ensuring they have everything they need to be successful. They are learning to lead, just like the Tuskegee Airmen who paved the way.
This academy is about continuing the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen and providing access, opportunity, and transformation. We are creating pilots and pioneers.
I know some of you may have seen that video yesterday, but we were so cool. We thought it was so cool we needed to show it again this morning. So now, if you are here, that means you're not at Lakefront Airport. Right now at Lakefront Airport, there are about, I would say, maybe 20 to 25 of your fellow convention goers there attending the youth events along with Captain Teresa Claiborne, who's our keynote speaker for the youth luncheon today. And what they're doing is they're going through some exercises. They're showing our convention goers what our students went through this summer as they were training at our flight academy. As you know, the Flight Academy was the fourth of my special projects that I'm presenting as part of my presidential report. We ran out of time yesterday. I didn't get to finish, so that's why we're including it in today's agenda with the modification. So with that, we'll continue on with it. And I'm going to talk about the Flight Academy, how it began, and what we're doing now. And we'll go through even a few financial numbers because I know there was a few questions about that. And then I'll open it for questions. We have approximately 42 minutes before we transition to the finance report. I want to leave a little time at the end for questions and answers. Madam Secretary, if you can monitor for any questions online, I want to be alerted if there's a question online as I go through the presentation. Thank you very much. All right, so Tuskegee Airmen Flight Academy of New Orleans. It is a wholly owned subsidiary of Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated. This was done because the city of New Orleans is the primary funder and offerer of the opportunity in the contract to train young high school students to get their private pilot's licenses here in the city of New Orleans. They put out the contract last year. We bid on it. We won it. We got it. We're doing it, okay? And in order to qualify, we had to be a Louisiana corporation. So our team presented it to the national board in the spring of 2024. The board approved us to create the separate corporation. Those of you who don't know, TAI is a DC corporation. The city of New Orleans needed us to have a Louisiana corporation, and that's why the board approved us to go this route. So we are a Louisiana nonprofit, the Academy is, and it is headquartered at Lakefront Airport. Those of you who flew in, unless you flew in on a private jet, you flew into Louis Armstrong International Airport. Lakefront Airport is located within city limits, and it is at the terminal building out near what we call Lake Pontchartrain in the Gentilly area. The terminal building is where the campus is, and that's where we fly and train our students. We do have a board of directors. I think I introduced most of them yesterday, but now I think most of them are at Lakefront because they're participating in the youth event. Leonard Johnson, you heard his voice on the video. He's the CEO of the Flight Academy. And by the way, all of the Flight Academy board members are Youth Aviation Training Committee members, and that was a committee created by the board last year to not only be able to report to the TAI board, but also be the board members for our Flight Academy Corporation. Let's see here. Here's our program team. Our program manager is a retired Air Force pilot. His name is Trent Alexander. I know Trent. I've been knowing Trent for 20 years, over 20 years. He was my student when I was a flight instructor at Laughlin Air Force Base. He's a decorated helicopter pilot. He flew missions over Afghanistan, lots of search and rescue. When he transitioned, he became available, and when this opportunity became available, we couldn't think of anybody better to come and run our Flight Academy than Colonel Alexander. He's not able to be here today, but he wanted me to send his best wishes and gave me permission to talk about various aspects of the program. Miss Nicole Cottles, you saw her in the video, student coordinator. As you all know, young people need guidance, and Miss Nicole Cottles provides that guidance to make sure they show up on time every day with the right stuff, and if they don't, they have to answer to her, and that's not a pleasant feeling, okay? We have 4 flight instructors, contract flight instructors. All of them are located, City of New Orleans residents, and they were hired for their skills and for their ability to relate to young people. We also have 3 ground instructors. Again, all of them are residents of the City of New Orleans, and that's a picture from our first year of operation last summer at Lakefront Airport. We're going to take another picture for this year. All right, so what's the background? All right, it started out when the Biden administration passed the $1.7 billion American Rescue Plan Act. And of that $1.7 billion, $385 million was allocated to the City of New Orleans. The City of New Orleans allocated $15.7 million to their Office of Workforce Development. And the Office of Workforce Development allocated almost $600,000 for aviation training. And that is how the notice of funding came to our attention in January of 2024. This is a little bit of a timeline on how it went from January all the way until we got the contract award. I was first vice president of Tuskegee Airmen at the time. Jerry was on a cruise, and so we had to struggle to try to make sure that we had all of the information so that by the time President Burton came back, we could present all of this to the board to try to win the contract in time. When we found out about it, we only had about just a matter of weeks to respond. So we had to call board meetings to make sure that it was aligned with our priorities and it was doable. I won't read you, unless you have any questions, I won't read the timeline to you. But we did submit the proposal on February 5th. And about 6 weeks later, it was announced that we had won the contract. The actual contract award was $535,000 for a 2-year contract. There's been a couple of modifications to that, and we'll go through that as I finish presenting the report. We're very proud of that win, by the way. So here's the mission brief. We're going to provide underserved New Orleans high school students an opportunity to get their private pilot's licenses. It is up to 20 students. The City of New Orleans recognizes that because of the way flight training goes, and anybody who's ever done flight training goes, there's no guarantee, no matter how much money you throw at a project, that they're going to pass their tests. Not everybody can be a pilot. Not everybody can go through the training successfully. The FAA standards are high. Tuskegee Airmen standards are higher. So if they don't pass the tests, they can't be a pilot. And the City of New Orleans will not hold that against us. As long as we have the proper documentation that showed that we've done everything within FAA rules to provide the proper amount of training, we will still get credit for that student going through the training. Okay. We also launched a New Orleans chapter to help support that. Is Wayman here? No, actually, Wayman's probably at the Lakefront Airport. That coincided, and we also, that's the chapter. We also had some support from local organizations. Black Pilots of America. I know we have some BPA members here. Where's Duff? He's probably at the airport too. Black Pilots of America, their local chapter are the New Orleans Golden Eagles. 3 of the 4 instructor pilots that we hired were also members of the New Orleans Golden Eagles BPA chapter. We had some proposed but unexecuted partnerships. The city originally wanted OBAP and the Latino Pilots Association to participate, but we were unable to coordinate with their leadership in time to get them included in the contract as subcontractors to TAI. We're still working with OBAP, and we're still in good communication with the Latino Pilots Association, but the contract award did not include additional funding. If you remember, I said the city allocated almost $600,000. Our contract award was only $535,000. The remaining amount was supposed to go to our partners, okay? But the problem was that because they couldn't coordinate fast enough, you notice how we were on a very short timeline, they couldn't coordinate fast enough with their national leadership. The city decided to carve out that additional funding and award them separately whenever their timeline was approved. They did not want that to hold up our training, and we didn't want it to hold up our training, so we moved forward with the lower amount, which was all we bid for anyway, was the $535,000. All right, if you want to know what it takes to be a private pilot, that's the process. 28 flights, somewhere between 50 and 55 hours. The FAA book says 53.5, but there it is. You must have a ground school sessions. You must have passed a written test for the FAA, and you must pass an FAA practical test, which is also known as a check ride. The process happens anywhere from 10 to 13 weeks. That's under ideal circumstances. When you're training students in New Orleans during hurricane season, that is not an ideal circumstance, especially when the kids have to go back to school in August and you have to stop everyday training and go to a limited schedule because from Monday through Friday the kids have to be in school. So what they do is on the fall sessions, they come to us once or twice during the week and hopefully once or twice over the weekends. We are at Lakefront Airport. We're using single-engine general aviation aircraft, and we are leasing the aircraft from a company at Lakefront called Gulf Coast Aviation. Great partners. We talk to them regularly. They are doing good work for us. We have a classroom given to us. It's Suite 113 at the Lakefront Terminal. We pay a very competitive rent on that classroom. They charge us $1 a year for that classroom. So we wanted to give a great shout out to the New Orleans Levee Authority. Nothing to do with levees, but the way it works here in Orleans Parish, the Levee Authority runs the airport. Why? Because the airport is a man-made levee that sits out into Lake Pontchartrain. It is not a natural peninsula. It is a man-made peninsula that is technically it is a levee, and that's why the New Orleans Levee Authority runs the airport. And of course, anybody ever got a chance to fly in a Cessna 172? If you have, you understand that in the summertime, it's hot and sweaty, but our students are young and they can handle it. So are our instructors. All right. That's what their day looks like during the summertime. On Fridays, Ms. Nicole takes the students to what we call aviation enrichment and career mentoring opportunities. They visited places like Louis Armstrong Airport Tower, New Orleans Naval Air Station. If you've never been to New Orleans Naval Air Station, it's not just the Navy that flies out of there. The Louisiana Air National Guard has an F-15 squadron out there. The Coast Guard has a search and rescue squadron out there. There's a lot of stuff going on at the Navy Air Station, and our students got a chance to experience a lot of that both last summer and this summer before they return back to school. Okay, let's see. We'll skip. I kind of already went over that. Yep, that was our open house from last year. We had some weather attrition, all that stuff. All right, so the post-summer, we didn't finish last year because of 3 hurricanes came through last year. The city said, okay, suspend operations. We had some issues with administrative delays with the city to get our payments. So we decided the Academy Board says, let's stop flying, let's stop spending money. And when the city completes their administrative delays and cuts our check, then we'll continue with our flying. So for those that don't know, the board, based on the $535,000 contract award, the board authorized the Flight Academy to go out and get a line of credit to conduct flight operations, and the collateral to that credit was the contract award from the city. The backup collateral was TAI, and the board authorized that, okay? I'm going to fast forward a little bit here because I don't want to spend too much time. I want to leave time for your questions. Do have information to show that at the end of the year and around late February, the city of New Orleans finally paid what they owed us for the first year, and we paid off the line of credit. So as of now, the Flight Academy has 0 debt and a remaining almost $300,000 in the bank as of the 1st of June to continue flight operations. So at this point, I want to say thank you to TAI for trusting that the Flight Academy was going to go through and accomplish its mission and trust the city of New Orleans to pay the bill, which they did. All right. Let's see here. All right. So for 2025, we started recruitment in February, and we restarted our ground operations in June of this year, and we flew all the way up until last week, August 15th. Next week, we will start our fall session. The kids are already back in school, so they can't come every day, but they're going to start coming next week 2 to 3 times a week like we talked about. So here's the money review. We already talked about that, but I wanted to just graphically show you the original contract award. We authorized the line of credit. When they paid us in late February, 2 weeks later, we paid it off, and we had that much remaining in the bank to do the second year of training. It took us about 2 weeks because the city of New Orleans didn't do an EFT. They mailed a paper check. It took a while from the paper check to get from their office to our bank, or to our office. It took a while for Colonel Alexander to put that in the bank and clear and all that. But once that was done, we wanted to pay that off as quickly as possible, save the interest. All right. Now, I will pause for any questions and answers that you may have. Are there any questions online, Madam Secretary? Oh, okay. She doesn't have access to the online questions. While we're waiting on that, Dr. Chamberlain, go ahead, ma'am. Oh, for the first year, we had 12 students. 12 students. They are from different high schools in the New Orleans area. And that's a good question. The first year, they limited to just students in Orleans Parish. For the second year, they wanted to expand it because we wanted to get a little bit more diversity. They authorized us to go to Jefferson Parish and St. Tammany Parish and Plaquemines Parish as long as they had some connection to Orleans Parish. They could go to a school out there as long as they had a residential connection to Orleans. They were authorized to. This year, we have 11 students, okay? Unfortunately, last year, we did not have any female students. We offered 2 scholarships, and the ladies decided to seek other opportunities. But this year, we have our first 2 female students. And they're actually out there at the airport now hanging out and spending time with Captain Teresa Claiborne, who's going to be our keynote speaker. So I know one of them has to go back to school, but the other one will be here at the luncheon. So I would invite you to talk to our students, all of our students, to get their impressions on how they are doing at the academy. We wanted to bring them back here. Well, we wanted to have our event at the airport so that convention goers who weren't in the general business meeting can see what we're doing out there and see the students in their own environment in the classroom. but we wanted to bring the luncheon here so that we could all enjoy listening to Captain Claiborne, and at the same time, those who didn't go to the airport will have the opportunity to interact with them here at the Higgins Hotel. So you'll have that opportunity at noon after the youth luncheon. Good question. Do you have a follow-up? Or?
No, I'm just saying, I've been a member of the Sisters of the Skies for 9 years, 6 of them. And Captain Claiborne was past president.
Yeah, she's one of the founders too, right?
We're always recruiting, and you know my cousin's with Weathers, so we got the Weathers Fire Academy.
With OBAP.
And I just wanted you to bring up also, but you mentioned that you also want to open up other academies across the country. I think that's appropriate.
Ma'am, I tell you what, that is a great segue to my next thing. So everybody saw where we got our money from, right? The federal government. A lot of that money's dried up now. But that doesn't mean that money's not out there. One of the things that the city allowed us to do is to put in our Flight Academy budget money to hire a grant writer. The grant writer rehired was brought to us by our friends in the ECTI chapter, and she has her track record last year for all of her clients. She won $7 million in grant money from her clients. And we were like, okay, if she's that good, we need to hire her because we're not getting any more money from the federal government. The city is still looking for us to help money, but as you can tell, the city's got challenges too. All local communities have financial challenges, right? So we're not going to wait around for that. We asked the city for permission to carve out a little line item money in our budget to go and hire a grant writer. They said yes, so we did it. Our board, the Flight Academy board, approved it. So that's what we've done. And so we're believing that in the next 12 months, our grant writer will generate enough money and combine it with enough money that we have left in the bank to continue our flight training, hopefully, God willing, in perpetuity. And the best part about it is, all that money that you saw, none of that came from National. It didn't cost National one penny to run this flight academy. It is all separately managed in the Louisiana Corporation. Not a penny came from the DC Corporation, even though the Louisiana Corporation is a wholly owned subsidiary. So it's a good news story. And so now, with that said, we are interested, I'm interested, and I hope our board members are interested in starting flight academies at other communities. I've already spoken to Marianne Drummond about the possibility of doing something in the Bay Area, and I would love to have discussions with others that are interested. If you have connections to your local community, county commissioners, mayors, governors, state representatives, pick up the phone and call them. If New Orleans can do this, anybody can do this. Okay, I'm going to go over here. Yes, sir.
Yes, Joseph Solano, Archer. That's a great section that you're talking about because we're looking at grant writing. What was your? Thank you. Reintroduce yourself, sir. Yeah. Yes, my name is Joseph Olano. I'm with Archer Ragzell. I was just mentioning grant writing. I think that's an imperative area to do. What was your pitch to the grant writers besides pay? I know everybody gets paid, but what was your pitch to really attract them besides the Tuskegee?
Fortunately, we didn't have to do much of a pitch. Our friends at the ECTI chapter asked her, would you like to support Tuskegee Airmen with your skills? And she said yes. And so when we told her what we were needing her for, at first to support the Flight Academy, and those that don't know, it is a combination deal with our grant writer, okay? The Finance Committee, what you are going to be voting on, or may have already voted on for our national budget approval, within that budget is a line item to pay for the grant writer for the second 6 months of her contract. The first 6 months of her contract is paid for by the Flight Academy. But since the TAI budget doesn't kick in until 2026, that is how that deal was structured, so that the Flight Academy pays the first 6 months, the TAI pays the second 6 months, but for the whole 12 months, she writes grants for both. Yep. Oh, you coming? All right. First vice, come with your mic.
Yeah. The sub-thing, because of Captain Claiborne at the academy, is fly like a girl.
Go. Make your comment.
Okay. The theme for the Youth Day today is fly like a girl. We need more women in the pilot seat, so hence Captain Claiborne is there.
David Cunningham, William Bill Campbell Chapter President, San Francisco Bay Area. My question is, will there be an opportunity for the student pilots to do their final check ride at Moton Field?
Unfortunately, no. No. All of the training has to occur here at Lakefront Airport per the contract. So the answer to that is no. Sorry.
Reason I ask is I got my check ride done there.
Understood.
Question.
Any other questions?
Leon?
Yes.
Thank you. My name's James Johns, Hooks Jones chapter in Denver. I was a mechanic with United Airlines for 42 years, and I'm curious as to, I hear a lot about a flight academy. Is there any kind of focus on some of the other ancillary? Okay.
What a great question. Angela, are you paying them to get those questions?
Hey.
All right. So you're absolutely correct. So yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. What we're doing now is we didn't want to take any of the current money because that money has to be earmarked for pilot training. That was the contract. But any money that we raise outside of that, we can use for whatever purpose that we said that we're going to raise it for. And you are correct. The Flight Academy Board, which also doubles as the TAI Youth Aviation Training Committee, has determined that we want to go beyond just pilot training. We want to do A&P training for mechanics. We want to talk about dispatch training. We want to talk about air traffic control. Did you know there's a shortage of air traffic controllers in the United States? I think that came out after we had the series of mishaps in January and February. And despite the administration's comments, there has been lots of federal money put forward towards training and developing air traffic controllers. And I think, and I hope you do too, that TAI should be a part of that solution because we have now built an infrastructure to provide that pathway. We've got one flight academy. I want 20. I want to see that one in Northern California Bay Area with air traffic controllers mechanic. You may have seen Beverly Reed. She is our lead advanced ground instructor at our flight academy. Beverly Reed is also a small drone company owner. Okay, she owns Breed Drone Solutions here in New Orleans. That's how she kind of came to our attention. Those that don't know, I own a drone company too, so we kind of fly in that circle, no pun intended. And so we want to add drone training. Those that don't know, part of my donation to TAI is I teach the Part 107 drone course free of charge for all Tuskegee Air members. That's not a self-plug. That's just a service. I know I got at least 3 of my drone students in here, maybe 2, or more than 3. Look at that. If you have not gotten a chance to go to the drone class, please raise your hands again. Please talk to the drone students and ask them, not about me, but how the class is and whether or not it's practical and good. And we want to see more youth in those drone classes. And it doesn't have to be me. It is an inexpensive way to introduce aviation to the community. And if your chapter doesn't have a drone program or a drone camp in the summertime, please talk to these drone students. That's the reason why we do this, is to make those skills available to our organization. Every chapter is what we want to do. Okay? Great question.
I have a question, Mr.
Yes.
President, in the drone space. I think it was week 2, I was bugging the heck out of you about what we can do with drones. So share with them. Most of the time when people think about drones, you're just talking about flying it around. So share with them what our class came up with. Jaime was in my class, no, the class behind me, but we started asking all kinds of questions. What can we do with drones? How can we make money with drones? So share with them.
Okay.
that.
So when we finished that class earlier this year, the question was, what can you do with drones? Because everybody just thinks, oh, we just go out and take pictures and fly around and have fun. I shared a video. Those may know I used to live in Dallas, Texas before I moved to San Antonio early this year. In Dallas, Texas, there's a company called Flytrex. Everybody heard of Uber Eats? You go on your app, you order food, a driver delivers food to your door. Flytrex is you go on your phone, you order food, a drone delivers it to your backyard. Okay? And it's cheaper than Uber Eats. okay? That's what you can do with the drone license. And they pay their drone pilots, I want to say 70 to 80,000 a year, no college degree. Okay, that's starting salary, and it goes up from there. Now, in the class, Sergeant Jaime Munoz asked, what else can we do? Well, they brought up a couple of YouTube videos. Drones can be used to do remote car washing, remote building washing, and building maintenance, okay? All types of jobs are being developed day by day. Those of you who live in California, raise your hand. Did you know that drones are being used to spot and direct fire jumpers to help contain forest fires? The last contract I saw on drone deploy was for $1.2 million for forest fire mitigation. I wanted to tell Ms. Beverly Reed about that. You might want to go bid on that contract. Okay? So there's lots of potential for drones. I could go on, but I want to respect the time. We're at 10:15. Sylvester gave me the high sign.
We have one question online.
What is the question online?
Oh, thank you. We have a question online from Howard Williams from the Heritage Chapter, Western Region. He says, on average, how long does it take a student to complete the course to obtain the pilot license or the next step towards a pilot license?
Sure. As we spoke on the slide, on an ideal circumstance, it takes 10 to 13 weeks. Because we're not under ideal circumstances, last year we did not finish the class because of weather and the non-payment from the city. We suspended. When we rejoined this year, we're on track to finish around November timeframe. So we're talking the 8 weeks of July and August, plus an additional 3 months during the slower, less robust schedule once school starts. 5 months. Yeah, 5 months. Great question. Great questions. Bruce, can we get a mic over to Bruce? You want my mic?
Bruce Jones, Italy chapter. Just curious, based on the people that you're training now, what's the projection for them potentially joining the military, Air Force, being pilots, Army being pilots? What are they? What are those kids sort of looking forward to? Over.
Great question. We know that there's at least 3 of those young people that want to be military pilots. And one of them, Jerry Parikh, and he needs a round of applause for this, just got accepted to the Air Force Academy. Jerry wants to be a fighter pilot, and trust me, when he goes to the Air Force Academy with his private pilot's license already, that puts him in a very advantageous position. I believe he's going to do well. I advised him, not just as an academy graduate, I advised him, when you go there, join the flying club, because you're going to go there with a private pilot's license already. If he does it well, balances the flying with his studies, he may have his commercial license by the time he graduates from the Air Force Academy. Young man's going to do well. 2 other students are also wanting to be military pilots, but as you can imagine, most of them want to be airline pilots, and that's okay too. Okay? Great question. Great question. Okay, we have 12 minutes. Are there any more questions?
One more question that has been asked in the field. We are focused on youth during the summer, etc. Some adults, seasoned adults, want to know, how do they get their license through TAI?
Great question. If you live in New Orleans, you can go to the Tuskegee Airmen Flight Academy in New Orleans and learn how to fly. We just can't use any scholarship money on you, so you have to figure out a way to pay for it yourself. That's the bad news. The good news is the bank that loaned us the line of credit has already indicated that they want to keep working with TAI because they like the fact that TAI was a customer for Liberty Bank. Those that don't know, Liberty Bank is the first black-owned bank in New Orleans, and they were really good partners, and they want to do more business with TAI. So we're in talks right now to set up a financing deal where if you, as an adult, want to come to our flight academy in New Orleans to learn how to fly, Liberty will finance it for you, and TAI will manage it under a Liberty bank account for you. That will finance your flight.
Two questions, additionally from online. First was, what was the cost of the tuition for adults? And then, Mr. Johnson from the Howard Baugh chapter wants to know, are there curriculums available that can be purchased to prepare students to take the FAA 107?
What was the first part of the question again? The cost.
Yeah,
Okay.
tuition for
so
adults.
Under ideal circumstances, the books will tell you it costs $15,000 per student to do the private pilot course. That's under ideal circumstances. We don't, like I said before, we don't operate under ideal circumstances. A lot of these kids can't afford $800 for a noise-canceling headset. They can't afford $1,000 for an iPad with ForeFlight on it. So our budget allowed $20,000 per student because we wanted to make sure our students, because if we're going to expect them to have high standards, we got to make sure that we give them all the resources that they need to meet those high standards. So our budget, I would say a more realistic budget for private pilot will be $20,000
Now,
per
is that
student.
adult or student?
That's for anyone.
Oh, anyone.
Anyone.
Okay.
Yeah. What was the second part of your question? Oh, Part 107.
Yeah.
Okay. My drone company, we work in the Part 107 space. I'm not going to say how much I charge, but what I will say, the typical Part 107 student can pay anywhere from, you can learn it online for $0. Just watch a bunch of YouTube videos, but you still have to take the FAA Part 107 knowledge test, and that costs $175. Okay? That goes to the federal government, not to any drone company. What I always recommend is find a drone company curriculum, because if you don't have any aviation experience, I will guarantee you will not pass that test on your own. And you don't have to come to my company. You go to any drone company. You go to Beverly's company. Learn from Beverly, because all of us drone instructors, we teach online. When I taught from my office at home, all of my students were scattered across America, and we used Google Meet to learn it. And Al, how did we do? We did okay? All right. So you can learn, find a good drone instructor. They will teach you all you need to know. And for curriculum for drones, there are several curriculum options out there. None of them are free. The only one that's free is if you join TAI and go to our TAI drone class, but you have to be a financial member. Did that answer your question? Okay. All right, we have 8 more minutes before. I just want to say thank you for giving me the time. This 4th briefing of a special project concludes my president's report for this year. I want to thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for giving me the extra time to complete the report. And again, it is my honor to serve in this position. I appreciate all the support. I appreciate all the criticism, because the criticism helps me become better. It helps me learn about what is on your mind as members and leaders in Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated. Are there any final questions? I'm going to ask that we go into recess for the remaining time between now and 10:30 so that we can set up for the Finance Committee report. We're going to need some time to set up their presentation. Are there any questions before I entertain a motion for recess?
No, before the motion. So we have identified the technical problem for your people in the field. If 9 times out of 10, if they don't already have a YouTube subscription or YouTube account, that's why it's asking for them to create a YouTube account and their own channel, their own channel. So I'm going to work with the team to figure out how to get that taken care of. But right now we have 30 people online.
Okay, very good. Is there another question before we entertain a motion? Microphone. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there an opportunity for the students coming from here going to Tuskegee for their college education?
Yes. At least 5 of our students have expressed interest in going to Tuskegee University to continue in their flight training program. Do you remember the strategic agreement I mentioned in the earlier part of my report that we signed with Tuskegee University? That's part of that. We want our flight academy in New Orleans to be a feeder so that the kids go from New Orleans to Tuskegee University for their education, and the New Orleans Flight Academy to the Tuskegee flight program for continuing flight training. It's all a dovetail program, and that was part of the agreement that we signed with Tuskegee University earlier this year.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1,
Gotcha.
2.
Loud and clear.
Okay. How about Dillard and Xavier? Have you all approached their ROTC departments or anything like that? Or
Not specifically ROTC, but we have approached their leadership about participating in our flight training program. Unfortunately, those universities, by the way, Dillard and, for those that don't know, Dillard and Xavier are HBCUs located here in New Orleans, okay? They do not have aviation programs. What we would like to do is to see what we can do to change that, you know?
how about STEM programs they may have?
They do have STEM programs.
So engineering programs.
Yes. Matter of fact, Xavier is the host of OBAP's ACE Academy in the summer, but as you know, it's only a 1-week program.
That's true.
Okay. Now, we have this summer, go ahead and write this down, STEM NOLA, okay? STEM NOLA is a 501c3 here in New Orleans, founded by Calvin Mackey. Calvin and I went to the same high school, although he's older than me. For those that, a little trivia, his little brother, Anthony Mackey, plays Captain America in Marvel, on the Marvel movies. That's Anthony Mackey's big brother. Calvin Mackey is the founder and CEO of STEM NOLA. Our flight academy just did a 1-week orientation with STEM NOLA. Okay, so even though the university doesn't have it, STEM NOLA is a $3 million 501c3 here in New Orleans, and they provide experience for high school students that allow college students who are in engineering programs at all of our HBCUs here. Dillard University, Southern University, New Orleans, Xavier University, all of the HBCU students partner with STEM NOLA to provide STEM experiences for the high school students. Matter of fact, they go all the way down to elementary school for STEM NOLA because they believe that it's never too early to start. Okay, so this was our first year partnering with STEM NOLA. When we made the transition from our southern summer flying program to the fall flying program, we took one of those weeks to do a partnership with STEM NOLA. Their students came to our flight academy, and Ms. Beverly Reed, our ground instructor, put them through a mini course. It was almost like a mini ACE Academy, and it was a great experience, and that's one of the ways we are trying to connect with the HBCUs here, not directly, but through STEM NOLA, because STEM NOLA already has those relationships with the HBCUs. Didn't want to reinvent the wheel. We wanted to use what was already there and leverage it for our growing partnerships. I hope that answers your question. Okay. One more question over here. Are we okay with this motion? Can we extend the recess? Because I want to make sure we give the Finance Committee. I mean, this is a good discussion, but I want to make sure we are okay with the timing. We gotta be done with everything by noon today. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. President. Vori Moon from Hubert L. Hooks Jones chapter.
Hooks Jones.
Denver.
Yes, sir.
And I was just kind of curious, do we have any plans to have a Tuskegee Airmen scholarship, scholastic scholarship at Tuskegee?
Not specifically the way you stated it. We do have the agreements, we do have our partnerships, but as far as a scholastic scholarship, TAI does not. But we do have a Tuskegee Airmen Scholarship Foundation. They will present a report tomorrow. I'm putting Charles on the spot right now, aren't you? Do you want to comment on that, sir? Can you bring the mic over here? Sorry if I put you on the spot, sir.
Charles Jones. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Los Angeles chapter as well. That's a great question, and I don't feel like I'm on the spot at all. I think that's something that we should explore and try to find an opportunity to work that out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, it is now 10:29. We have exhausted the time that I was going to use for the recess. Did you have a comment? Okay, so we're going to, I would like to entertain a motion to recess for 15 minutes. Do you have a second? Moved and seconded. We're going to recess for 15 minutes to allow the technical team and the finance committee to prepare for the next session. And stay tuned for some technical explanations during the recess. Any discussion? All in favor of the recess, say aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. We're in recess. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. We need just a few more minutes. We have the finance team just about ready to give their report. If there are no objections, we're going to extend the recess another 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll get started. Keep in mind, we're still going to try our best to finish by noon. Otherwise, we will have to Rolex the remaining agenda for tomorrow, which is okay because there's a lot of additional time built into day 3, so we can do that if necessary. But just a few more minutes, and we'll continue on. Our next item on the agenda will be the Finance Committee report. Are there any objections to a slight extension of the recess? Hearing none, we remain in recess. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience as we have worked through some additional technical issues to move on with our agenda. We are now back in session, and per the agenda, we are now going to turn the stage over to our Finance Committee team. I'd like to welcome Ms. Undine Stinnett, Chair of our National Finance Committee, and Mr. Lowell Stewart, our National Treasurer. And where is the mobile mic? Or Undine, would you like to come up here, or would you present from the mic? Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. One housekeeping note before they begin. Unfortunately, we are not able to adjust the room temperature, so wanted to let you know that there's nothing the front desk can do about that. So we apologize for it, and perhaps invite you to bring a sweater or jacket to try to mitigate. Thank you so much, and now we will turn it over to our finance team. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so we have a very good finance committee. Okay. I'm so used to talking to my students, and I have a lot sometimes, and so sometimes I'm not used to the mic. But anyway, we have representatives from all three regions, as you can see up there, so I'm not going to go through all of this because we want to get to some of the meat and potatoes, and I'm sure some of you have questions, and so we will try to answer your questions. So we know that the Finance Committee serves as your financial consultants. We're there to take care of or to make sure that we have resources to cover the programs that we want to offer to our students and to whomever else we have in the community that would be involved with us. So one of our main duties is to prepare a budget. And I know there's been some concern about our budget for some people, and so we will address that shortly. We don't have the budget up here. If there are questions, we will be glad to answer those. And if we have, if you want a copy, no problem. So we have the annual budget process, and we ask all of the committees and the officers to submit information to us. What are your desires within reason? Because you know that we have limited resources. So we ask that everybody participate in that. Not everybody does, so sometimes we have to figure out what we're going to do with those various entities, let's call them, as being committees of the organization. So we have actually, let me just say that, our financial secretary was supposed to present this report, so Lowell and I are just filling in for Guillaume Mbappe, and we didn't really know that he wasn't going to attend. So we'll still continue on and go through. And so we have Lowell, who actually takes care of our investments. And so he's the liaison with the bank, but obviously he does what the board expects him to do and gives him guidance on. And then we have our financial secretary, who does usually reports to the board for the plan to actual. So having said that, we need to have an audit done very soon, and we hope to do that this year because it's been a few years since we've had that done. And sometimes when you're trying to raise funds, and if you looked at the budget, we have stretched because we hope to have our president and our vice president raising funds next year. So maybe there they are. They've agreed to take us on that journey. So we're hoping that they can raise $80,000, $100,000 each. Let me just make this comment since the president mentioned it to me a few moments ago, that where we have an increase in the president and vice president budget, This is for travel. This is not their salary. They get paid what the rest of us get paid. That would be nothing. So I just want to make that clear, because somebody said they voted no to the budget because they thought that they were getting a salary. So that is not the case. We are trying to be upfront. We're trying to be frugal with how we spend money. But as I said, we stretch the revenue, but you can only stretch the revenue if you also increase the expenses. You're not going to raise money and not spend something to raise that. So as they go out, and we're hoping that they make more trips, I think last year the president's budget may have been $5,000. Jerry was telling us when we were doing the budget that, you know, that was not enough, and we had to do something about that. So we did raise it, but in order for them to go out and go across the country and generate funds, we're going to have to spend money. So they have to pay for a hotel, for a car, and so forth. So that's why that additional money is in there. We're also going to hire someone that is a grant writer, and I think the president alluded to that in the meeting earlier, that this person has generated a lot of funds. So we're hoping that that will be the case for TAI. There are a lot of organizations that are our size and raise considerably more money than we do. We don't raise a lot of money, and that's not in our best interest. So we need to figure out, and if you have suggestions, we need to hear those suggestions, or if you have contacts, we need to hear those contacts so that we can maybe touch on them, or our president and vice president can touch on them and see if it is possible. I've always been told you have to raise friends before you can raise funds. You just don't walk into an office and say, hey, I want $20,000, and they're going to say, oh, no problem, let me write you that check. That doesn't happen. So you have to have some relationship with the organizations. And you also have to know what they're looking for. If they're interested in pets, and that's their focus, should we go in there and say, oh, we want to build a building, would you help us with that? So you have to know who you are addressing. So sometimes your spiel has to change depending on who you're looking for. So having said that, Lowell, would you like to say something? Could you bring it up a little bit you can go up a little bit more, but that was just where I was saying that we have to have an auditor come in, and we hope to have that done by the end of the year to look at our previous couple of years, and then also to look at the 2025, which hopefully if we get them hired toward the end of the year, they can do previous years, and then we will be finished and close the 2025 year and be able to have them also do an audit on that. A lot of companies are looking to how well we steward the assets that we have, and so in order to get contributions or donations from them, they want to see how we're doing. So if our financial house is in order. So here are a couple of the accounts. So just to show you for the change from 2024 to 2025. So we had a decrease in our youth account. Well, our youth account is where we get money to pay for or to support programs within our regions. So one of our chapter members said, I didn't see anything in there for the different, for the different Western, Eastern, and Central, my region. Didn't see any money in there for the students. What's going on with that? And I said, well, did you really look at that? They were up until last year getting $15,000 a year, and most of the 2 out of the 3 regions weren't even spending that. But they did ask for an increase, and so it went up to $20,000 a year. So now more chapters understand that these funds are available for them, so they are asking for the funds or asking for reimbursement. which is a good thing. That's why the money is there. But a lot of chapters said they didn't even know. My chapter, I had to tell my president, you know, you could get reimbursed for those expenditures for drone program. So we just have to make sure that we get the word out there. Yes. Okay, that's the. She
wants to know the difference between the June
Right.
2024 and the June 2025 amounts.
Okay, so the difference is every year there's the money there for them to spend, for the chapters to spend, and it goes through the region president. So the region president, because if you're only getting 20,000 and you have 15 chapters, you have to figure out how to allocate that. So what happens here, last year we had more money. As of June 30th, 2025, we've spent most of that money. Okay, so that's the balance as of that date. Okay? Next is the convention account. So we know our convention is always in August, so what happens is as the year goes on, and sometimes a lot of the expenses are not made until the beginning of August or maybe the end of July. Sometimes we have to make deposits even earlier than that. So in this case, we had $25 or almost $26,000 as of the end of 2024, but then in 2025, it's $36,189. So that can fluctuate because it's how many people paid for the convention. So that's the money that's going in. So the registration fees that are paid goes into the account. Now the thing is, like for this convention, a lot of people didn't register until the last, I won't say yesterday, but 3 or 4 weeks. So therefore that money wouldn't be reflected here for June 2025 because they didn't pay until after that. Okay, some of it's there. We had some expenses that we had to pay, but a lot of the expenses and the revenue doesn't come in until after June 30th. The life membership account. Okay, so last year we had $371,000. This year we have $415,580. You said, oh wow, we really got a lot of lifetime members. No, because it's not only the lifetime members money that goes in there, it's also the increase in the value of the securities that we have the money invested in. So that's why it has increased that amount. So they're not, as I said, I think each year we may have, what, maybe 6 or 7 or so people that become lifetime members. Yes? Right, so. Mm-hmm. Even though you become a life member, but how can we increase funds into that life membership account? Can we consider something, maybe having, you know, some kind of fundraising just for life members? Okay.
As a life member, if you've been in any college, you know they will always reach out and you can always give more money.
Thank you.
So part of National's job is to take the money that we have given and invest it to make more. Some of the reasons why life members give the money is like, I don't want you to bother me anymore. So it is up to us as, I'm just being honest, it is up to us as life members if there is a project like, ooh, National Youth Camp. We can send out a reach and say, would you like to support? But one of the benefits of being a life member is you are now in the driving. If you feel the need for speed or to donate money, I am sure that they will receive it. So here, give me money. I have a youth program.
And I didn't pay her for that. Right. No. Mm-hmm. So the question is, can we have some more money, I guess, given by the life members? Because as you know, and I've said the same thing, once we become life members, then National doesn't get anything. So how are we going to keep that going? I'm not saying that we put that money into the life membership account, because usually we don't spend that. And I see Marv.
Test, test, test. There we go. Recommendation there is to take that item over to the membership committee and let them take it from there, but there is always the opportunity for any life member to pledge money to the organization on an annual, semi-annual, periodic basis to increase the line item for the life membership account. And I'd encourage all of you to do that. I do it every year already. Everybody else can do the same.
He said, yes. Exactly. Exactly. But as what the question, I mean, I agree with your question that we don't give money, or some of us do, but money, additional funds are not going in there from some lifetime members. But as was said by Yolanda, some do that because they don't want to pay anything additional. So we just have to be aware of where everybody is. But yes, we could definitely do fundraising committee.
Okay. Okay. Two things. I was voluntold when I took this job that I would be in charge of fundraising. How you doing? Voluntold. However, I'm a numbers person, and I've been working with these two people and the other people in the finance committee. The suggestion I had following the Sisters of the Sky Gala I went to last year, we were in the gala. I forget which captain went up on stage. She said, we need to raise $25,000 tonight. Notice I said tonight. There was a QR code. Everybody scanned that QR code, went in their pocket, took out a debit card or a credit card. That was at 8:30. By 9 o'clock, we hit like it's my pocketbook. They hit $10,000. By the time I left, and they were still partying, they had raised $35,000 just in the room, nobody outside. That's the kind of stuff we need to do when we come to convention. That kind of, we can $50, $25, something going towards our efforts over here. Because I call Marv and Undine are our abacus. If y'all old enough, y'all know what an abacus is. And then Lowell is the brother with the tight pocketbook, you know, where you get dust when you open it up, because he's a good steward of our money. But that's the kind of donating we need to do. It's great to be a member, but what are you doing financially to boost up our movement? I don't have a problem traveling, ain't that right, Undine?
Yes.
But if I'm out there and I'm getting you money, then you've got to match the money I'm asking for. Fair enough? I can't hear y'all. Fair enough? Okay.
Was that loud enough for you? It was kind of subdued. Okay, but yes, we do need to raise funds. I see some hands in the back. We do need to raise funds, and I would say not necessarily, if you were talking about for the life membership fund, I would say for general operations, because by using the money for general operations, that should be able to boost our funds, for one thing, and possibly go out and garner other funds or donations.
I just have a comment. Mrs. Vice President?
Yes.
Was that your first SOS? We've been doing that for a while. SOS, we've been doing that for a while. I think it was in Baltimore last year, because I had that COVID again. But yeah, we've been doing that for a while. We ask for anything, $1, $5, it doesn't matter, just like any campaign. I think we could really kind of pick that up from Obama. And so it's reflective, and you could do it right there. And anybody, and also, you'd be surprised at the big donors that do come. But then again, you know, we have all the aviation corporations in there. So that right there looks like we're starting really TAI again. of how we used to be. Everybody used to be together, and all of the corporations, they used to hire on the spot. And I'm just happy that we're now coming back to where we used to be with the new tone. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm all for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment. And we all should be fundraisers for the organization. I will be the first one to say I do not like to ask people. We had a raise in our chapter, scholarship committee, and I would say because of Angela and all the push that I've had since she became first vice, gave me some momentum. So we went out and we raised for one event, which not like us, the Chicago chapter, we raised about $22,000. So that's not our norm, but we all tried to pitch in, and we were sending messages to our members. You got to buy tickets, you know, so buy your ticket and buy somebody else. One guy came up and he said, I want a ticket, and he started talking about his wife, and I said, wait a minute, you're not going to buy a ticket for your wife? So he did. So just saying that sometimes we can push our own chapter members to be more involved. We can ask friends to be more involved. So just a mention. So we have a second investment account. Yes.
Yes. Hi again. This is Joseph Olano. What you're talking about makes so much sense. We at Archer Ragsdale, it's tough trying to get grown adults to volunteer and raise money. So we, Ron, myself, and a few others, trying to get people to volunteer, looking at your positions, the officers' positions, there are certain jobs that take a lot of time. Secretary, I won't even talk about president, but other jobs like putting a newsletter together, doing this, it takes a tremendous amount of time. We do it, those of us that do it, those familiar 20%, I know what I'm talking about, they come back and back. So I'm suggesting, and we're talking about this, to kind of take care of them by way of dues. You don't have to pay people to do the job, but you can have different types of incentives to make them want to come and fundraise. As an event coordinator, I've been doing this forever. It does make sense. So I applaud what you're saying. I just wanted to say my 2 cents about it, that I do support what you're doing.
Thank you. All right, so our last investment account, which there are really only 2, we had 352 and now it's up to 382. Nothing else goes into that account really. So those are oh, sorry. Okay. It went up by about $30,000, and I think most of that is due to the market. We've had some good experience so far this year. So those are the totals there. We have some additional bank accounts that I didn't include there because they're operating, which changes constantly, the payroll and merchandise accounts, which total up to that amount you see. Revenue sources, 3 main revenue sources. Okay, so we have membership. Membership has been going down, at least the amount that we collect. Part of that could be because of the people who have become lifetime members, so we're not getting that amount. But there was some question, I think, about the membership number that was in the budget and that it had gone down. Well, for the last couple of years, based on what information we got from the membership committee and the programs they had put in place, we thought it was going to be higher. And so we've realized that that's not the case. It's not going up. So we reduced the amount of membership funds that we thought we would receive. The second is fundraising. Fundraising has been not too good for a number of years. So we have some companies that have contributed each year, but we're not getting a large number of companies to do that. Okay, and then as mentioned here, the convention, which should be a money raiser for us. Okay, but it has not been. So we hope that everybody enjoys this convention so much that you'll go back and say, and I know there's always problems with anything that you're putting on of this magnitude, as Ms. Montgomery reminded me yesterday. So, so we need to put the word out there, hey, we had a good time, it was interesting, we learned things, we got to meet with old friends and so forth, or we met with new friends. So let's hope that wherever we go next year.
Okay, so let's go back to the revenue source. A lot of people were asking me yesterday, where is the retail store? You are now officially merchant account owners. We have a merchant account online. We will begin selling things that have been ordered in the past that are down in Alabama, but now we will be doing print on demand. Everybody knows what that is, right? We do not have to store these shirts, the jackets, when the client, wrong language, when the customer is ready to purchase an item, then they put their money in, it goes in, and it shows up in our QuickBooks account, period. No more lugging the stuff, no more looking for the stuff. Doesn't mean that going forward, we're not gonna bring stuff next time. This is a transition year, I would call it. Wouldn't you call it that? Transition, because we're putting a lot of technical stuff in. But we now have a merchant account. We'll be able to share that with you at a later time. And I just wanted to piggyback off of what she just said about supporting us. Leon, how many states do we have where we can do Tuskegee license plates? Do you guys know? Okay, so that's another form of revenue. Plus, that's another advertising method. Yes, sir. Up, hold it. Gotta get you the mic.
We had vendors here, and I'm kind of guessing if there had been vendors and merchandise, there would have been a lot of money raised just from that. And
Okay, so we made.
Advertised, it didn't happen.
No. Let's be clear about that. It wasn't that it was advertised and it didn't happen. It was advertised and people were supposed to sign up. They did not. Those that for months said, I want to come, I want a table and blah, blah, they didn't show up. I don't know. $175. If you're a business owner, $175 and you're a member, that's not a lot of money. Okay, so.
Ernestine.
Nobody has ordered those in years. What was left in Alabama, when I spoke to Ms. Howard, she informed me there wasn't a lot left to ship. I asked her for everything.
Okay, I'm one of those individuals who had asked about the booths first. I probably was the first one. And I said I wanted a booth, which I had planned on getting a booth. And then it's like, okay, are there going to be chairs, or are there going to be tables, or what exactly is this booth going to look like? What's the size? Well, nothing was ever given to me, and I have to order products. So when I did get something by an email, because there was a meeting that I was locked out of, so I sent a mass text, and Undine sent me a link. And I had a link, but it still didn't have that information. So when I got the information, that's like 2 weeks ago. But if I'm getting product, that doesn't give me enough time to get the product. So that's just my opinion and my experience of what happened with why I don't have a booth. And the product would have been a Tuskegee Airmen book written by an original. It would have been a DVD based on his life. The other item would have been based off of the bus boycott, which is a teacher's edition for schools from a gentleman out of Alabama.
Thank you for that. And I think we all realize that by not selling products, we are losing revenue, and we cannot afford to do that. So going forward for next year, I think we have a lot of time to prepare, and so therefore we should be able to make sure that those that want to display goods can.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. It's obvious that the merchant effort here at the convention was a misfire, okay? What we can do is two things. We can express our sadness and our disappointment in that, and that's okay. And then after that, what do? Let's pick it up, let's regroup, let's use the new merchant account capability that we do have, and between now and next convention, let's sell the heck out of that thing, okay? So I agree that it was a misfire, and we acknowledge that. But if we spend all of our time continuing to churn in that conflict, we're not going to be able to use the resources we now have to be successful at our future fundraising. I'm going to go back a little bit, if I can steal a little of your time, to my... Not saying you were. I agree. Yeah, understood, sir. And look, I didn't take it as conflict. I'm just saying that we're acknowledging it as a misfire, and we are going to do better going forward. And I want to do better with everybody's input as we go forward to use the new tools that we have, so that we can. Again, we are getting out of the warehousing business. We don't want to spend money on our storage facility in Alabama, holding on to T-shirts and baseball caps and everything else. All right, this new merchant account gives us the ability to sell our items without any storage capability. If you have an idea or a product, get with our team so that it can be included in the merchant account. We can add, I think if I'm not mistaken, whatever vendors we want to add, we can add, even if it's a member of TAI. We just have to go to the proper protocol and development committee clearances to make sure that you're added so that your memorabilia can be sold, whether it's a book or a T-shirt or a baseball cap, whatever it is. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic for one more question. Then we'll continue being mindful of the time. We have to be done 26 minutes, and you can already tell that I'm going to ask for an amendment to the agenda for tomorrow to accommodate the committee reports.
I just wanted to stand up here. I just want to make an address. I guess I'll be the elephant in the room. The thing is, everybody, this is our 50th anniversary. And everybody, a lot of these people in this room, we've been heavy lifters, some over 50 years. Me as a kid at 14 years old. So it's our 50th, and a lot of things a lot of us didn't receive, even though the transition, but people just want to go ahead and they're just asking what happened. And I don't think anybody's trying to hurt anybody, but we've got to be able to just discuss this. And that's all I'm saying, Mr. President. This is real stuff, and it's the 50th, and look where we are. And we sell a lot of stuff when we come here. Everybody comes, and so that's all. Sure. So I'll be the elephant in the room, and I don't mind. You know, so, okay, thank you all very much. That's all. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Chamberlain. Okay, so I know we're almost out of time. This is the financial statement. So this is a statement of activities for the year ended 2024, and I'll just hit the main things. The total revenue was $381,388. Then we had our expenses, $364,867. So last year our income was $16,521. So we want to do much better than that, hopefully by the end of this year and definitely in 2026. So that our next statement we have is the balance sheet. So here we have our assets, so our cash, accounts receivable, and inventory. Then we have our investments, 735. So that's those two investment accounts that we saw previously. We have a piece of land that's worth probably the amount that's reflected up here, the $16,680. We had some equipment, but the equipment is almost totally depreciated. I think it should be depreciated totally, but we still have a little bit of that left, the $878. So our total assets are $943,907. We have some accounts payable and accrued expenses, and then we have our equity. So total liabilities and equity, same thing, 943, 906. And then, so here's our plan to actual, which is what our financial secretary usually presents. So this, we have up here the 2025 budget, the actual 2025 so far. So this is as of June 2025. So as you can see, some of the items, our general membership was budgeted at 114.5. We're right now at 65, or back in June at 65,865. Well, most of our membership dues have been collected. So we've been putting in a lot more, as you can see, in the budget. So that's why in the budget this year, we've cut that down, because we're not receiving those funds. We have our total revenue, investment and other revenue there, budgeted for 142,000, and we're at 87,000, which is okay, because we still have 6 more months to go, because we're on a regular calendar year. And then we have our total convention revenue budget, and the actual, well, once again, in June, at the end of June, we didn't have much of the activity going on. We hadn't collected most of the registrations. So that's why we're showing that. So basically, we usually say, you know, you're looking at about 50%. The budget should be at about 50%, but revenues don't come in like that, and expenses don't. We don't pay expenses like that. So sometimes the numbers you see may not be at the percentage of the year. Then we have our operating expenses, and we have our national office expenses, officers' expenses. Okay, you can see there for the national officers, just to highlight that, it was $74.50 in the budget. One more down. Okay, this is the officers' expense. We've already spent $30,000, but once again, the $7,450 is not enough for the administrators to do their job, because once again, they should be out and about, not sitting, you know, at home, because we don't really have an office that they sit in, but they're home offices. So we have to make sure that they get out there. That's the only way we're going to pull in more money. Okay, so I hope everybody understands that. And then we have our regional programs and our convention expenses. And so right now, we're sitting at net revenues minus our expenditures, 69,680 is what was budgeted. We're at 27,702, so we still have a little ways to go, but we're hoping that some additional revenue will be coming in because of the convention. All right, and then this is just a summary of what we just talked about. So are there any questions?
We need more runners.
Can we scroll back down just a little bit? Because I
Back
can't
up.
remember what it's called. So under the national officers, does that also include the trip to Italy that we just did? Because that's like a one-time thing that happened. And I know that there were some additional expenses, so that might be why it looks a little skewed right now.
There.
Is that where that money?
I think part of it is in there. We haven't completely come up with the final amount of the trip. I know, I believe, because I wasn't in the room when the president was talking, there was some money advanced, and part of that has been paid back. And so, did you want to address that?
Yeah, I'll address that. There was a lot of one-time expenses just for this year only based off of the Italy trip. I mentioned it in my president's report yesterday. You heard from our Italy chapter president, Marco Altabello, who helped to arrange the trip. A lot of the expenses were covered, some of them were not. We felt, and the board voted to approve the additional expenditures this year because we knew for some of our DOTA spouses it was the last opportunity that they would have to go to Italy and experience that. So we thought it was prudent to at least say, one-time expense, let's do it. And we knew it was going to be expensive for this year, okay? But what I also tried to emphasize in the report, that there were several major benefits that came from that expenditure, one of which was the partnership with the Ramatelli Field Restoration Team from Italy, and the other was the one company, Pentair, that got us the revenue for the speaking engagement, wanted to also book several other speaking engagements because they knew we spent money on Italy. They want us to come speak so they can donate more money to offset the one-time expenditure for the Italy trip. So again, even though we spent more money, we thought it was a good reason to spend the money to support the DOTA spouses and, of course, DOTA Keel, who also attended that trip. But at the same time, we're now receiving some benefits, and they're not all in yet. And it might still be a money spender at the end of the day, but at the same time, there are sometimes we do that for what we believe are legacy reasons, and that was the reason why the board approved the one-time expenditure for the Italy trip this year.
So
I hope that answers the question, because if not, we can continue. We want to be mindful, but we definitely need to make sure all of those questions are answered as to why we did certain things. Yeah, it's skewed. It's definitely skewed. And assuming we don't take a one-time expenditure for next year, you should see us smooth out to the normal numbers. Well, I say smooth out. What we want to see is an increase, right? Because we don't want to just have 4 corporate sponsors. We want to have 40 corporate sponsors between now and next year. Will we hit the target? I don't know. Will we hit the target if we all work together? We'll have a better chance of doing it that way. Okay.
So do you have a bottom line? And I know it would only be an estimate of how much.
Once the advances return and all of the final invoices come in, the total amount for the Italy trip should be between $6,500 and $6,600 total.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think a large portion of that will be taken care of.
Yes, it will probably be reflected in the next 30 to 45 days.
Right.
For sure.
So there will be a donation for part of that.
Yeah, exactly, and exactly. So the $6,500, what Pentair has said that after the next speaking engagement, they're going to try to cover at least $5,000 of that. Mm-hmm. So we might wind up the entire Italy trip might wind only costing us a net of maybe $1,500 or $1,600.
And that'll be covered.
That'll be covered.
That'll be covered.
Yep.
So we don't have to worry about that. So, okay.
Any other questions?
Other questions? Well, thank you very much. And have a good rest of the day.
Before we go to the youth, we have to vote to accept the annual finance report. But before we accept the motion, I would like to announce that I've just received a letter of resignation from our longtime treasurer, Mr. Lowell Stewart. That is actually for those that don't know, when we had elections last year, no one ran for treasurer. No one ran for treasurer. And our bylaws state that if no one runs for office and there are no write-in votes, the remaining treasurer stays in place. However, at the end of the day, there were several dozen write-in votes last year for Mr. Lowell Stewart. Lowell did not have to take the position, but because of his love for TAI, and he is a heritage member, Lowell chose to stay on for one additional year and serve us as treasurer. That deserves a standing ovation because he didn't have to do that. And since we won't have elections again until next year, the board voted to approve, Jewel Cornelius of the ECTI chapter was approved and installed as our assistant treasurer, and that was back in March. That was in March. So to honor Lowell's, we said, please stay on and help us. He said, I will for one more year if you identify a replacement. The board did that. Jewel Cornelius was installed as assistant treasurer to provide a 3 to 5 month transition period from March until now. So Lowell's letter of resignation was not unexpected. We knew he was going to do that. So as of August 31st, when his resignation takes effect, Jewel Cornelius will now be the national treasurer. She will, the board will then convert her from assistant treasurer to national treasurer for Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated. But the fact remains is we are losing a lot of capability. We're excited to have Jewel on the team, but we want to say thank you, Mr. Stewart, for all of your many years of service to Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated, and we look forward to your continued service on the Tuskegee Airmen Scholarship Foundation, and we would hope that you would continue to lend your expertise from time to time on the Finance Committee, because we do not want to lose your institutional knowledge. So thank you very much, Lowell, and God bless you and Godspeed. One more round of applause for Lowell. And with that, I will entertain a motion to accept the annual Finance Committee report. We have one motion. Is there a second? All right, moved and seconded. Discussion. Question has been called. All in favor of accepting the Finance Committee report, say aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Now, in the interest of time, we have 12 minutes. It obviously means we are going to move and convert all of our committee reports to tomorrow. In order to facilitate that, we are going to create a QR code that will be displayed tomorrow, hopefully by tonight or this afternoon in the room, or make it available. That QR code will send you to a Google box where you can read all of the committee reports tonight, so that when the reports are presented tomorrow, you'll have the chance to read the committee reports overnight. And that will help us facilitate the time to get through all of these reports and all of the region reports tomorrow, because we have to be done by 12:30 tomorrow. We have to be done in 11 minutes. And because we are going to emphasize youth, I would like to give the remaining 11 minutes to our youth committee to present her annual report. It will not be in written form, it will be in verbal form, and the written form will be in the box that you'll have the QR code for later. I now turn it over to our National Youth Committee Chair, Ms. Yolanda Wood.
Who has a watch? All right. I need 8 minutes green, 9 minutes yellow, 10 minutes red. I am doing something which I always hated everybody doing, giving a verbal report. But, and I sincerely apologize, I won't throw anybody under the bus because I did not know I was supposed to do this report. But that's my time. So if you came to the youth breakout, you got some of this information. I'm going to give it to you right now, and I will accept questions. As your National Youth Chair, my task was to collect information that you guys are doing, help publicize it, and to restart the national and regional camps. So I'm going to start with the task. If your chapter is doing something and you haven't told me, you're wrong. I need a paragraph. I need a picture. I don't care if it's big or small. Somebody's like, we visit schools and we read books. I'm like, really? What? Tell me. Send me a picture. Send me an article, because I want enough to swamp Leon and say, why is not my page on the website filled with all the activities? Why is not my calendar filled with all that activities? So if you don't help me, I can't put my foot up his butt. Let me just be. All right, National Youth Camp. He says, Yolanda, plan it as if you were going to do it, which meant plan it as if you were going to do it, because you're going to. So either the last 2 weeks in July, I plan to host a TALA, Tuskegee Airmen Leadership Academy or Action. You can help me pick the name. It will run probably Tuesday through Saturday. It is for 15 to 18-year-olds. If you want to bring me a 14-year-old and you don't expect me to pay for their chaperone, and you want to put your name on the list as being responsible, okay, but my target is 15 to 18 so that they can travel on their own. Your chapter will be able to have 2 people and 1 alternate. 2. I will give you the application. Don't send me 3 names. Don't send me 4 names. It'll be 2 and an alternate. I give you that alternate. That alternate will be able to do the pre-work They will not have to pay what I will just tell you. They will do the pre-work, and if somebody drops out, they will have to pay to attend, but they will have done the work. My plan is to have 8 sessions before the convention. They're not going to come up and like, hi! We're going to know them. So they will come for 8 sessions. One block will be on Tuskegee Airmen Legacy, one will be STEM, the other one will be professional development, and one's to be determined. So 2 per chapter, 1 alternate. Each student will pay $150. It's an all expense paid trip. You can put $150 in, they will have a dog in this fight. Each chapter will pay $250 per student. That means you own part of my program. I have to listen to you. If you don't pay, I don't have to listen to you. Is that too harsh? So, well, deal with it. You guys don't want to pick me. So here's what I'm hoping, that this will be in the post-convention. At the end of the year, we'll have a save the date. At the beginning of the year, you will start seeing the applications. Applications will be distributed in January. Then in March and April, you'll be able to apply. May to June, we'll start the 8 weeks. They'll meet Saturdays, 1 hour. They will have tasks they will have to accomplish. My goal is to record it. If they miss one, okay. They miss 2, they better be kissing my tuchus. Because if you can't meet and do the pre-work, then how are you going to take advantage of the week that we have? And July, I hope to have travel plans. So what else do you need to know? They will have Tuskegee Airmen. They will do Toastmasters, so they will learn how to communicate. They will know how maybe have etiquette. They may be some mental health. There will be how to network, how to present yourself. Can you give me an elevator speech? And without using you know. Hi, I have a dog. I don't really care. Why should I know you? Why should I spend money with you? Let's see, what else? One of the ideas that we came up with is at the airport, there was a P-51, 74%. In St. Louis, we have the commemorative Air Force P-51. We also have a sports P-51 plane of some type, and we have a P-51 that goes into parades. How cool would it be if I can get all 4 of those lined up with the Detroit car and the other cars that have P-51, and now I can make that print limited edition. Give me $40 or something, and you can have one of the 100. We'll print little ones for cheaper, and you can sell them or however. Print on demand other than the originals. So that's my goal. Here's what I want to happen, ladies and gentlemen. I want to create a syllabus so that you will come and you will fight to be one of my volunteers to teach one of my classes. You will fight to be one of my presenters. You will fight to be on one of my panels, because if you come, you will have access to all the lessons and you will see them. It will not be an addition to a website and you're like, go there and look. You will see the lessons on aviation or STEM or financial literacy, and you were like, I like that one. And oh, Bubba did the lesson. I wonder if he'll come my way. You will not have to hold it. Now, this is going to be a national, it's 5 days. I've had one chapter come up to me and says, we want to do a regional extended weekend. I'm like, okay, East Coast, West Coast, I don't know what you're doing. But I have no problem doing one national, one regional, or one national next year. It is up to you, your task. I will work for you, but I ain't going to do all the work. If I dream 10 years in the future, I plan to have one national and around 20 mini regionals. That might be you and the chapters right beside you. You gear together, and there's 3 chapters within driving distance, and you're like, you do it this year, you do it that year, you do it that year. You will have the syllabus. If you don't conflict with my schedule, you might have me. You might have another volunteer. You do not have to do the heavy lifting all by yourself. You're like, I only have 6 people in my chapter. Do you have one person who will find me housing, a point of contact, an inroad into that HBCU where I can put my kids? Or do you have a base? Do you know the base commander? Have you made my work easy? Do you have a Young Eagles group in your group that can fly? So, wait a minute, now you have housing? Think of me, pick me, Yolanda, I have housing. Pick me, I have somewhere we can go. We have a museum, pick me because I have the ability to fly. I'm like, oh, you have those three things? I'll consider you. Because that's all I need for a regional. For a national, I need a few more fun events. But the syllabus will be done. The volunteers will be here because I'm counting on all of you to come chaperone, be my panels. Come in for a day. Visit St. Louis. Give me a night. Watch the youth. All right? Eat with us. Go to the mixer. Teach them how to wear pants and a tie. There will be, I talked to one of the people on the East Coast. They said, have a mixer where they have to dress appropriate, have a sit-down meal where they know not to bring McDonald's, and they know how to use a fork, and have a discussion. The guy said, watch this Tuskegee Airmen movie on this day and this one on that day. I'm like, cool. All that is popcorn and soda. So I have it all on a Google Drive. If you came to either of the meetings or you see me later, I will send you that link. Don't mess with my originals. Luckily for you, I have a friend who's a program manager. She is working to make all my fluffy ideas concrete. Your job is to look over my ideas and say, you forgot this legal point. You need to include this. All right? Now, be that as is may, I'm going to pass off this mic. I'm going to stand behind the podium, and I'm going to ask, are there any questions? Who's the first to volunteer? Yes, question back. Well, if you don't write your name down here and tell me why I should know you, I'm old. Write your name there and tell me, here's my name, here's my contact information, and the reason you should know me is because I'm an air traffic controller and I have to walk around air traffic control. The reason you should know me is because the reason, no problem, I understand. So I want your name, I want your contact information, but I'm old. I also want you to tell me is why should I contact you? Oh, I have admin skills. I have photography skills. I can I can youth sit. I can do administration. I can take video. There's a guy out there who knows protocol. I'm like, put your name down. You're my protocol officer. All right? Please, if we all do this together, it will be an awesome academy. And I won't have more gray hair. Yes. For those 8 summer programs that are going to be in those 4 different topics, they will be able to go to those, and I can open up. If they go to a regional, they will be able to go to those 8 that are geared toward the national, so it'll be open up for those. And I have no problem using different resources, like OBAP has a maintenance program that starts in September. At the OBAP conference, I met somebody who's financial planning and professional development. So I'm making names and contacts and I'm using them. All right, I can't see the lights in my eyes. What's my time hack? Done, bye.
If you're like me, it feels different when we actually do have someone who's serving as National Youth Committee Chair. Thank you, Mr. Yolanda Wood. We're going to leave. Yes, round of applause, please. Yes. We'd like to leave that volunteer notepad there for the remaining of the youth luncheon. Is that okay? Okay. We are at time. As I alluded to before, we're going to redo the schedule for tomorrow. We'll have the read-aheads available by QR code between now and tomorrow, or this afternoon, hopefully shortly after your breakout sessions. At this point, we are at time, and I need a motion for recess so that we can reconfigure youth lunch. Moved and seconded. Discussion? Yes, yes. As we are waiting, everyone needs to leave the room so that the staff can turn over the room for the youth luncheon. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. We are in recess. Ladies and gentlemen, I need everyone to move all of your conversations outside of the ballroom, please, at this time. Again, we need all of the conversations. Everyone needs to exit the ballroom at this time so that the staff can turn over the room for the luncheon. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you.
gentlemen, please have your seat. Somebody help the old lady with the mic. Oh, look, it's working. I was looking around and seeing who's in charge, and then I said, I am. And at 12:40, I was supposed to make my opening remarks. So I am 5 minutes late. I will have to be quicker. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, you know the drill. Put your phones on vibrate or silence. Greetings and welcome to the Tuskegee Airmen Annual Youth Luncheon. Good afternoon. I am Yolanda Yo Wood, and on behalf of Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated and the Tuskegee Airmen Flight Academy of New Orleans, I have the honor and pleasure to serve as your mistress of ceremony. Somebody joked, your femc for today's events. At this time, it is my honor to recognize the distinguished guest. I'm supposed to say, well, first, our surviving spouses. You're out there, Amelia and everybody. Let's give them a round of applause. And I don't know if Mr. Keel's here, but even if he's not, let's clap loud enough for him to hear and everybody else. Representing the Tuskegee Airmen Flight Academy of New Orleans, Mr. Leonard Johnson. Where are you? I can't see anything. The lights are in my face. All right. Miss Nicole Cottles. I met her. I butchered her name, but she is the student coordinator, as well as the young men and women in the academy right now. Stand up, you beige-shirted people. Good. Now sit down. Sit down. You're supposed to spread out. We wanted to all talk to you. Too late now. All right, our official host, our Lieutenant Colonel retired Leon Butler, National President, Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated. Miss Angela Holmes, National Vice President, Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated, and Chair of Convention Planning. Did nobody want to sit with you? We knew you were sitting there. Our convention theme this year is Legacy to Excellence. It refers to the lasting impact characterized by the consistency of high standards, continual achievement, and unwavering commitment of the Tuskegee Airmen, but also to the mindset and approach to life and living of these men and women which endured and their positive contributions to society today and beyond. It's about much more than their accomplishment or even personal success, but also about making a positive impact on others and your wider community. You have a task, ladies and gentlemen. It's about creating a reputation for exceptional quality and to build a foundation to inspire the future generation. Are you inspired? Great beige shirts? Oh, that was really exciting. Yeah. All right. I almost made up time. At 12:45, we're supposed to have lunch. But I'm sure you're asking, where's the grace? All right. So the only time I ever got in trouble was when I did grace. And I was told not to mention God, which I thought was very hard. So ladies and gentlemen, please bow your head. Today on this day, help us to help you see our actions through you. May this meal strengthen and support us. May we all become a little bit more inspired to continue the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen. And may this day we be a reflection of their greatness and your greatness as we serve our communities here and at home. Thank you very much. Everybody say amen. Lunch is served.
Good afternoon. Can I have your attention for a moment? Hello. Good afternoon. I just need you for 1 minute. If you had a ticket and it was not perforated, you didn't see the person, I know Yolanda, I know you did it. I want to make sure we get an actual head count. So you're going to see Miss Tasha. Okay, please make sure you see her. So, Miss Yolanda, Undine is gone, and your speech about participation, President Butler, we got our first $50 pledge since the meeting. That mean I'm only gonna get $50? I mean, somebody else gonna pledge? I'm just asking. I'm sorry? $5, $10, it adds up. Who was that? Excuse me. I need some pledges on this side. Oh, up, up. We got Maine pledging 100 over here. Where's Tasha? Tasha, are you getting this? You got to write this down, sis. I need receipts. Okay, what was that? What was that? What we got over here? All right. I do accept American Express, just so you know. All right? I don't need a Square. I got the QuickBooks on my phone. Yes, ma'am. Actually,
right now I have $240 with me.
And I'll give you the QR code, Yolanda. Yes. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Hi, Grant. How you doing? How you doing? Okay, we got some more money. Collecting some more money. Can you make sure? Thank you. Ma'am. Oh, wait a minute now. Yes.
My name is Leon Butler.
I got you. All right. It's following your lead, my sister. Yes, ma'am. 1 second. No. I can, girlfriend, I can take plastic too. I got you. Information. I'm coming. I'm only 5'4". I got another 40. Oops. Okay. At this, y'all got a whole bunch at this table. I need somebody. Give me a piece of paper. Let's write these names down. Let's get it in. We're working both sides of the room.
You got the credit card thing?
I'll be back with my phone in a second.
I'll pay $100.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Well, you need to go get this. We need some money over here. Sir, is that everybody at the table? I can't walk and do that too. You got to help a sister out.
Can I give it back to you later?
You said what now? No. Put your name in there. What you pledging? I will send you an invoice, but I got you. Thank you, ma'am. I got another 40. Any pledges at this table? Thank you, sir. What? Okay, what you pledging? Okay, got another $50 pledged. Now, everyone, let's be clear.
Everyone that gave us cash, please make sure Tasha has your name so that we can recognize your pledge. Young lady sitting in the back. Oh, I'm gonna bust you in your neck. Y'all keep talking about what we don't have. I need to raise funds. I'm the fundraising chair.
Okay, how much do you need and what
No, just in general. Money, general programs.
I want to make sure compliance officer knows the money.
I am. You know what?
I want to get where's the CFO?
We about you already. We
to give me some money and my
because
compliance says don't touch the money.
I am the compliance person and I got this. I'm not going to jail for nothing. There, one of y'all up in here.
I'm just trying to get a chapter in Maine. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I already got you, boo. As soon as our Eastern Region president gets better.
I'll write you a check from my company, but that's person.
Okay, make sure Tasha gets your name for the cash, please. Make sure she gets your name.
Oh, you put me to work here.
What? I'm getting their name. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Making sure I get their name.
And been writing cash by it when you
Yes.
do that. Okay. We're gonna put your name in here, ma'am, first.
Yolanda, what number are you on? Okay. So, up. Are there any more pledges? Young man over there. All right. Right there with the ponytail. Any more pledges? Now. Hello? I need your attention. I know you're eating and talking. I need your attention for one more minute. All of you that gave us cash, raise your hand. Look at there. Now, how many students can we sponsor if we consistently give this kind of money? Anybody? Okay. So, how many of you are going to respond to the pledge form which accepts credit cards that I'm about to send you? Raise your hand. I don't, if it's spendable, brother, whichever. Okay. So I'm going to thank you in advance. This is what we were talking about in the Finance Committee meeting about raising funds. All you had to do was give up a Starbucks coffee for a couple of days. And look, the money we're raising. So I appreciate you. You know this is your fault because I got the idea from you sitting next to you. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Enjoy your lunch.
Huh? No, no, no. Over. You see where Leonard is sitting right there with the two pilots.
Okay. Excuse me. If you have not given me your name, if you gave up cash, please see me so that way I can, or at least raise your hand so I can come around and write your name down and how much money you've given so that we can have an accurate count.
Am I live? Yes, I am. So I'm about to go down there and I will count all the money that was sent to me by Venmo and Cash App. And then I will give my donation. It might match it, I don't know. But I need you to know that your dollars were just matched. So if you want to make a pledge, we're going to trust you to send us that money. But if you make a pledge before the end of this event, your dollars will be matched. So let's count the money that you have, let's count the money we have, the amount we have pledged, and then at the end, we will come back. Thank you.
Okay, it's getting serious in here. I just got a credit card pledge, $777. Let's give him a round of applause for that. And our guest speaker, who's also a pilot, pledged $500. Let's give up a hand for her.
Double check me. I have one person who paid through my PayPal, Zelle, or credit card, or PayPal, Zelle. I have you as 500. But did anybody else that I missed that I need to look into my Cash App? Because I have $100, which I will match, so that'll make a $200 pledge from me, or $100 from me to match the $100 of the person who used it. I need the blue part. And I need your blue part, and your blue part. Yours is done. All right. Thank you very much. All right. There you go. They're going to get in touch with you. I think they'll invoice you because they'll like you. All right.
But there's nowhere near as much as Huntsville to do. There's nowhere near as much in Huntsville.
I'm good. I'm good resting and relaxing. I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. I want to get some line dancing and stuff like that.
Woo!
Control yourself.
I do not have to control myself. Okay. Yeah, I have checks. All right. Okay. Who's working? Because I got to do my other job soon. All right. So Mary Ann gave cash. You have a $200 check for me for Mary Ann, $100, and my $100. You have $500 from this person right here. You can have this sheet of paper. And these are other people. You have a pledge for $500. If I was really good, I wrote pledge by their name. All right? All right. I'm happy and sad to say that somebody is going to be doing a lot of matching. I'm glad I only had to match the people who sent money through me. How's Teresa doing? I may be the navigator, but I am not the captain in charge. Whew. I think that was worth it. You guys are worth it. If you have not completed your meal, please continue as we resume our program. What? Wayman? Where are you, Wayman? So I have two announcements as Wayman comes this way, if he's paying attention. He's not. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a silent auction going out there. The people that are doing Infinity says that 10% of the print proceeds will go to the convention, so they're giving us 10%. Excuse me, get your little tuchus over here, sir. Somebody might be recording this, and I don't want to get in trouble. You were supposed to make an announcement. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. My name is Wayman Brothers. I'm the president of the chapter of the New Orleans Tuskegee Airmen chapter. And what we've been doing is we were created to help support the Flight Academy here. When Leon approached me about a year ago, we kind of did it in record time to create a chapter, 501c3. It's still established. We're in our second year now. And we've been on kind of a venture kind of went to Italy. We partnership with Marco Antabello, who's here, and it's the Italian chapter. And one of the things we did was we took our families and everything to Campo Marino, and his family welcomed us just like they did the Tuskegee Airmen when they served in Romatelli. Actually, Yolanda and I spoke at a high school there. And there's actually a documentary that's documenting that experience that we had over in Campo Marino. And what I'm just kind of doing is I'm introducing myself to the students at the Flight Academy. There's a lot of resources that we have here with our chapter. I'm a tour guide at the World War II Museum. I'm a tour guide in the Vucare, the old city in the French Quarter. And I know a little bit about the history in New Orleans. As you can hear, I'm not from New Orleans, I'm from Brooklyn, New York. So Brooklyn, if we're in the house, okay. So my wife is out at that table, and my daughters are here too with my great-grandson. One of the interesting things is that when he was coming down from New York, the pilots, when they were delayed, they let a 6-year-old sit in the cockpit. And when they asked him to fly the plane, you know what he did? He said, "No, I can't do this." So guys, I just wanted to introduce myself to the committees and everybody so that we have some access here that you guys can access, and I'm available to you. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right. Now, the most important job that I can have. Allow me to express my admiration and awe of our esteemed guest. Oh, yes, I'm talking about our guest speaker today, Captain Teresa M. Claiborne. Her career began in aviation in June 1981 when she was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the United States Air Force, where she was the first black woman pilot in the history of the Air Force. And if you hear her, when she flew her ride, she's just like, I got to do this. She is a pilot through and through. She was also the first black woman to serve as a command pilot and instructor for the KC-135 during her 7 years on active duty and 13 years in the reserves. In January 1990, she joined United Airlines as a flight officer, starting as a flight engineer on the Boeing 727 and later first officer in the 737, 747, 757, and 767 aircraft. In January 2018, she became a captain on the Boeing 757 and 767. In total, she has accumulated more than, I won't embarrass you, make you a guess, 20,000 flight hours throughout her aviation career. That makes my 3,000 seem pitiful. 20,000. In addition to these personal accolades, Captain Claiborne also serves as on the board of directors for Women Air Force Service Pilots Museum, the Grand Dames of Aviation, and became one of the founding members of the Sisters of the Skies, a nonprofit 501c3 organization with the mission of increasing the number of black women in the professional pilot career force. There is so much more about this outstanding woman, pilot, mentor, trailblazer. But I know, and you know, you don't want to hear from me. So please give me a round of applause as I invite this aviation icon herself, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Captain Teresa Claiborne.
you have your choice of this or that? Can you guys see me? You know, I'm 5'2", right? That's the joke. I'm serious. Can you guys see me? I can see the front row pretty good. 5'2", and honest to God, for the first beginning of my career, I would actually walk up to the measuring, you know, when you go for your physical. You're like, I always figured, like, why you guys got to keep measuring me? You know how tall I am. Just weigh me. But, you know, no, we got to put that stick on the top of your head. Oh, okay, so I would approach the scale like this. That was the only way I was going to be 5'4", because they refused to give me a waiver. Initially, when I went to pilot training, I was talking to the flight doc here, and I was telling her that I needed to find the flight surgeon who, when I went to take my initial medical, and this may sound weird, but the women will get this. I was in the stirrups, and I was very tense because it was my first one. And he said, you need to relax. And I'm like, I'm trying to relax. And then he starts talking about flying. He goes, why do you want to fly? And I said, oh, I want to fly just because I just think it's the most amazing thing. I had gotten a ride on a T-37 at ROTC training camp, and I decided then that I'm going to do this come hell or high water. This is what I want to do with my life. And as soon as I started talking about flying, I relaxed. He took care of what he needed to take care of. And then he looks at my paperwork and he goes, you're only 5'2". And I said, yes, sir. He said, well, you know, you got to be 5'4". And I go, yes, sir. Do I need this better? Maybe I want to be behind the podium. Can you guys hear this? Okay. So I said, well, maybe you know, I'm 5'2", I know, but, you know, he goes, you're supposed to be 5'4". And I said, okay, well, hopefully I'll get a waiver. And he said, come with me. So he said, I'm going to step out, you get dressed. I got dressed. And we went back to the station where the corpsman was. We called him corpsman back then. Yeah, I'm old. And he said to the corpsman, he said, you know, she's got a height here of 5'2". Do you have a problem with making it 5'4"? And the corpsman said, no, sir. So he made it 5'4". I showed up for pilot training, knowing, and this is what the doctor said, he said, because when she gets to pilot training, they will measure her again and they will give her a waiver. It's just like people that had eyesight problems. You know, the Air Force, an initial check, you had to have 20/20 vision. But if you showed up to pilot training blind as a bat, they would give you glasses. So it was just the way of how they would shed people out from the initial process. And so I showed up at pilot training and went and got measured, and they go, 5'3.5". So I didn't tiptoe enough. So they said, well, we're gonna seek a waiver for you. And they had me go out to the runway in a T-38. Y'all know what a T-38 is? Okay, in a T-38, I pulled the airplane out on the runway, and they said, okay, what we need you to do is push it up to mil power and hold the brakes. If you can do that, you passed. Well, I mean, you can't tell it from me, but I was a pretty good athlete back then, and didn't have any problem at all. Once I rolled the rudder pedals up to where they should have been, I put the seat as high as it could go, and I held the brakes. That airplane didn't do anything except shake side to side. It wanted to go, but it's like, you're not going anywhere. And so passed that with flying colors, went back, they filled out all the paperwork. It looked like I was a shoo-in. We finished up academics, and I still didn't have my paperwork saying I had a waiver. So they said, well, you know, sorry, Lieutenant, but the class is going to go to the flight line, but you're going to need to wait. You can't even show up at the flight line because we're waiting for this waiver. So I sat there for a couple weeks, and I reached back and called the man who had commissioned me, and I said, hey, I'm still waiting for that waiver, and they haven't given it yet. And he said, let me make a phone call. So he called to Randolph Air Force Base, and one of his friends was one of the surgeons generals. And he said, hey, you know, I'm waiting, Lieutenant Claiborne is there at Laughlin, and she's waiting for that waiver. And the Surgeon General said, well, she needs to go get measured again because we had someone ding a wing about a month ago, and we're not going to give any more height waivers. So she needs to go in and get measured again. So he reached back out to me, and I'm like, oh, man. So for the entire week, I laid in my waterbed. We had waterbeds. Some of y'all know what waterbeds are. You young folks don't know what a waterbed is, but some of you old folks do. So I laid in the waterbed, and you know they say that in the morning you are taller than in the evening, because as you walk all day long, your spine compresses. So Monday morning, I slithered out, got in my vehicle, drove up to the flight surgeon's office, went in, got measured, and of course the flight surgeon there, they have skin in the game, but he's knowing like this young lady came down here to learn how to fly an airplane. I don't know if I was exactly the right height, but he goes, it looks like that to me. And I pranced on down to the flight line and got busy. I prefer to call that by any means necessary. So I tiptoed as long as I needed to tiptoe. This doesn't work? Okay, I've got this one. When I talk, I usually. So, let's get going here. That was just my little intro story, y'all. Okay, I would like to also recognize the young people that are here, who this is really all about, the students at the Academy. Will Lauren, Keenan, and Caden stand up again? I got to spend some time with them today, and wonderful young people who are going to need our support, if not financially, which they've gotten a grant, so they're good, but they're going to need our well wishes and sometimes the old 8.5. You guys get that one? Because that's what it takes sometimes, right? And they know that's what they're going to get from me, and I will be following through. So thank you all. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, and especially to our young leaders in the room today. When we speak of the Tuskegee Airmen, we are speaking of giants, men who took flight not only against enemy forces overseas, but against the very system at home that told them they could not, should not, and would not ever fly. In the 1940s, there were those who insisted that black men did not have the intelligence, the discipline, or the courage to handle the complexities of flight. Studies were written, speeches were given, laws and policies were structured to deny them wings before they even had the chance to prove themselves. The Tuskegee Airmen were told, you are not qualified. Y'all see this hat I have on? Okay. Maybe some of you have seen it, maybe some of you haven't. I encourage you to look. There's a YouTube video that went viral where I was interviewed by AOPA, and the lady was asking me, questions about how I was received, and I went on a diatribe about my qualifications, and hence, hashtag I am qualified, but it's the same story, okay? History did prove otherwise. Not only were they qualified, they were exceptional. Their record in combat was amongst the best. Their discipline was unmatched, their courage undeniable. From 1941 to 1946, 992 pilots trained at Tuskegee. 355 were deployed overseas. Thank you, sir. And 84 lost their lives in combat, training, or as prisoners of war. They flew 1,578 combat missions, completing 15,533 sorties, and delivered protection as bomber escorts in 179 missions, losing only 27 bombers compared to the average of 46 for similar groups. Their formidable record includes 112 enemy aircraft destroyed in the air, 150 destroyed on the ground, and 148 damaged. They also destroyed 950 rail cars, 40 boats and barges, and sank an enemy destroyer. Their valor was recognized with 96 Distinguished Flying Crosses, 744 Air Medals, 1 Silver Star and 8 Purple Hearts, multiple Distinguished Unit Citations, and in 2007, the collective honor of the Congressional Gold Medal. Yeah. And those were the awards they received. Doesn't mean that there weren't more awards that they deserved. In the face of systemic denial, they proved their critics wrong through bravery and excellence. There's that word, excellence. Their story was not just about flying, it was about redefining what was possible. And yet, when I look around today, in 2025, I cannot ignore that the echoes of the same prejudice still linger. Young black women and men are still told in subtle and not so subtle ways that they are not qualified. Sometimes it is said outright, sometimes it is hidden behind polite words. You don't belong here. You don't fit the image. You're not quite ready. The airmen heard it then. Too many of our young people hear it now. I know, because I lived it. And I had the honor of becoming the first African-American woman pilot in the United States Air Force. Thank you. Later, I spent more than 3 decades flying for United Airlines, where I retired as a Boeing 787 captain. But I will tell you, there were many who doubted me. Many who looked at me, and not just because I was short, who looked at me and saw not my skills, not my discipline, and not my dedication, but only my race and my gender. The height might have counted in there somewhere too. They're like, she's too short to fly. And that's why I say these words that guide my mission. If you can see it, you can be it. The Tuskegee Airmen gave me something to see. Their excellence allowed me to imagine myself in a cockpit, even when no one else believed it was possible. And when I sat in that pilot seat, I wanted to be that vision for the next young person, so that they too could see themselves. But let us be honest about the moment we're in. The climate has shifted. The very programs designed to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, programs that help open doors for underrepresented communities, are under attack. There's less funding, less support, and more questioning of whether these opportunities are even necessary. And so once again, we hear the old refrains. Are you really qualified? Do you really belong? I do encourage you to, if you have the time, to look for that YouTube video. Just put Teresa Claiborne in there, it'll pop up. Because I do speak to these issues. And every once in a while, it happens more often than I would like to think of, somebody puts out a video with my image, asking about qualifications, and it's kind of ridiculous. So I do address it in that video, okay? The same myths that grounded the Tuskegee Airmen in the beginning are alive in different forms today. The battlefield is different, but the fight is the same. So listen up. Back then, the prejudice was blatant. Government policy, military leadership, and society questioned their right to even earn a pilot's wings. Listen real closely. Today, the prejudice is blatant. Government policy, military leadership, and society still question our right to earn pilot's wings. Let's look at the numbers. In 2025, about 2% of the United States Air Force pilots are black, roughly 300 out of the 15,000. In the Navy, around 1.3% of fighter pilots are black. In the Marines, diversity is even more scarce. And in commercial aviation, just 4% of pilots are black. For women, it's less than 0.5%. I was 1 out of 25 black women at United, and we have 17,000 pilots there. These gaps persist due to systemic obstacles, limited recruiting from underrepresented communities, fewer mentorship opportunities, fewer chances to build flight hours, and ongoing stereotypes that question competence. Seeing yourself in the mirror of history matters. The Airmen showed me that excellence looks like, what excellence looks like in planes, in courage, in defying odds. And I carried that legacy with every flight and every challenge I embraced. Today, DEI initiatives, the programs that advance diversity, equity, and inclusion are facing unprecedented resistance. Budget cuts, executive orders, removal of content honoring diverse service members from military platforms. Federal DEI programs dismantled and questioned, even blamed about evidence for tragedies. These rollbacks diminish support for students, for young professionals, and for future pilots, younger generations who need that visible path. So what do? We take the lesson from the Tuskegee Airmen. Excellence is the answer. They silenced the doubters, not with arguments, but with performance. Who was the first one to win Top Gun? Okay? There's a reason we proved we could fly. Okay? That's not something that is always taught. But the Tuskegee Airmen, black pilots, were the first to win Top Gun. Still going on today. They showed the world, mission after mission, they could not only meet the standard, but they could raise it. So this is our crossroads. The challenge remains the same, though the circumstances have evolved. When you see it, you can be it. Young people, y'all know who you are, because a bunch of y'all up there about my age. But we all need to be excellent if we can. Young people, I want you to take this to heart. Whatever you choose to do in life, be the best at it. If you choose aviation, be the best pilot in the sky. If you choose science, be the innovator whose discoveries cannot be denied. If you choose medicine, be the healer whose skill speaks louder than prejudice. Because here's the truth. The world may try to put limits on you, but limits do not define destiny. Character does. Excellence does. Perseverance does. I leave you with this challenge. Do not shrink from excellence. Chase it. Demand it of yourself. Because when you are excellent, no barrier can contain you. No prejudice can define you. And no one can deny your place in history. The airmen soared so that I could fly. I flew so that you could see. And now, young people, it is your turn to rise higher, to go further, and to prove once again that if you can see it, you can be it. Thanks.
Now, I want you to know something.
Yes.
With the airlines changing its policy, I did not want to burden you and your 5 foot, 3.5 foot awesome frame with a package.
Oh, okay.
So I get to say, your gift's in the mail. But I do, no, turn around this way. I want to pose for a picture.
My imaginary gift.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. Give another round of applause. All right. Thank you, and there is a special gift. But again, I do not want to spoil this surprise. It will immediately follow the convention and bother Leon if it doesn't arrive. Hi there. All right. This concludes our luncheon almost. So there's a silent auction out there. Did you count? She's still counting. But I stopped at 500 and there was still more, and that was the cash, and we have $1,000 worth of checks. And we have pledges and checks and cash and a match. Anybody else want to join? Just in case. You got 5? Do I hear 5? All right. You want the mic? If you gave an electronic pledge, please raise your hand. If you gave there was Teresa Claiborne. All right, anybody else give an electronic pledge? I've got the names. My phone says, you got $500. I'm like, and it ain't mine. So I wrote 2 checks. So, all right. Come on. She's still counting. That's a good sign. Should we put pressure on her and give her a drum roll? Don't do that? Don't do that? Okay. $1,075 in cash over who has math? 1,075 plus you can always just list out 2 of them and we'll make them cash. 650. Who's got my math? Who's adding this up for me? Good. 650. 200, 200, 200, and the pledges that you have on the bottom quarter pocket on that sheet of paper. It's totaled. 850 plus what we got in cash. 3,605 plus another 3,600. You know, if
No. Hold on. 500.
So that's 4,100.
$777. Add that.
So that's 4,882.
And Butler Drones gave us 200. Uh-oh. We got pilot
It can go up.
competition
Captain.
here. Oh, excuse me.
All right.
Hold on. 787.
So we are closing in on 5,000, and if we don't make it to 5,000, I know you want to do it. Oh, wait a minute. You going to top me up at 5,000, whatever's needed? Infinity, 100. Did you just say 100? Another 100. So we are at, I think, close to $5,000 or $10,000.
And I'm going to
at least match mine.
Now, wait a minute. Nubian Enterprise, $500.
Ooh, add another pledge for 500. Over here. 100, I need your name. John what? John Sterling, $100, pledge. Yeah. Amelia Montgomery, 200.
I'm sorry. Gwen Turner, what did you give us? What are you giving us? Miss Gwen Turner's giving us 50.
Miss Turner, 50. Come on. We're going to break at 5,500. Miss Montgomery was
that 200, right?
200.
Come on now. Let Starbucks rest for a week.
I just
Come
want
on,
you to
work
know
with
that
me.
we did better than OBAP. OBAP had a QR code, and they said, we need 50,000. Then they came back, we need 25,000. And then they
Yeah,
said, then we never heard how much we raised.
Oh, no. So Sisters of the Sky, the captain got up there, and when I was talking to
Well, that's another
Captain
group. We did
Claiborne,
okay.
Hold on. She said, we need 25. Before she put the mic down, they had 10. By the time I left the gala at 9:30, because it started at 8 o'clock, well, as I'm walking out the door, they raised $35,000. I know you're not going to let the Sisters of the Sky beat us, please.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I'm not going to be that demanding. If I always say this, if you have some to give, please give.
Yes.
See us up front. If not, send us your prayers, send us your volunteer time, send us your ideas, send us your love and support. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the luncheon. Please share the Tuskegee Airmen legacy. Share it. I know you will live it, and I want you all to be blessed. I will see you around. Mic drop.
Okay, before you leave, make sure you see Miss Tasha Holloway. If you gave cash. No, some people didn't. So that's what I'm saying. And let's be clear about what President Butler said about chapter participation. Now, you heard businesses and individuals in here. I need you to go back to your chapters. They can give $5 here, $10 there. As your new fundraising committee person, I'm asking you, I want to see some